Hello! Another Sunday, another stream. Preparing. No sign is a bad stream. Hello, Titus. How are you? Today, on the 6th workshop episode, we will go over the things that we've been talking about. Oh, it's Father's Day today. Happy Father's Day then. And we will be talking about the things that we've discussed also previously during the week. Dual wielding, great weapon, master feat, sharpshooter, and how to make them feel more balanced, how to rework them and tweak them so they don't feel bad, but they don't feel the only choice. And aside from that, we will also make some differences in the martial weapons. You know, we have several martial weapons available, and many of them are completely ignored. Or they feel like they have no difference at all compared to each other. Juan is not getting an upgrade. Hello, Gab. But for example, mace. A mace is a weapon that is very not picked unless there is a better alternative. Another example is scimitar versus sword. What's the difference? Like, is there any difference? Why do we have two different weapons that do exactly the same thing? Hello, Paul. So we want to put some extra differences and extra effects on the mundane martial weapons, like differentiate them a bit. Or another example is maul versus greatsword. Yeah, okay, one is doing bludgeoning damage, the other is doing slashing damage. But what do you feel any difference mechanical in your gameplay, whether you hold one or the other? They're vastly different weapons if you look at them, but they don't feel different at all. They both do a 2d6 physical damage, and I think Thor would be holding a one-handed hammer though, not a two-handed. But yeah, we want to put some changes on them, some new stuff on them that would make them feel different as well. That their choice is not only for flavor, but it does have some change in your playstyle as well. Maybe tweak some weapon damage dice for some weapons. For example, blowgun. Few people recently asked me, what is the blowgun? What does it do? Why does it exist? And it is a weapon that has I don't know its purpose actually. Like, I've checked its stats and it looks like a troll weapon. Like, who would use that thing? The choice not only flavor but for power gaming. Yeah, I guess the choice now, instead of flavor only, it would contribute a little bit to power gaming. Yeah, I think Tidus and Gab, you both think the same. You have very similar playstyles, and currently you're both paladins as well. So yeah, I think you'd be very good together. Apart from that, yeah, if we have time also, I want to experiment by creating a new system for spell casting. Well, not exactly new system. That sounded like really big. No, nothing that big. To to put to put it to describe it a little bit summarized, I want to give spellcasters a feat. I'm considering it to be a feat. It might be a general rule, but for start, I think I would go for a feat. So not a general case. To allow them to cast spells without spell slots. Now that sounds OP. Like, I know it sounds like ridiculous, but here comes the balancing part. Casting without spell slot is extremely risky. So it would only be used in no other choice situation, and it most likely will result in something bad, but it will still have a chance to cast the spell even if you have no spell slots. I will explain how I'm thinking of it role-play wise and how it fits inside the world. The mechanics are not completely thought yet, but the idea came from another player on my Tuesday game. Sorry, not Tuesday, on Saturday. That player showed me a table that had a similar thing, casting without spell slots and what can they do. And the table was pretty good, but there were some things that I didn't like. So I will be using that table and tweaking it and then making it into a feat. And you would want to save the spell slot for a Vivify. You would want to cast without spell slots before you would always save your spell slot for a Vivify, because at least you will know that you will cast it guaranteed. But you would be able to choose to cast a spell without a spell slot and risk potential negative effects. But we will get to that after the weapons. First, we'll start with the feats. The feats and the weapons. What is the current problem? Let's address the situation before we start fixing things. So currently, if you've played D&D in the last 5 years, if you played martial classes, especially non-ranged martial classes, I'm pretty sure you have come to the question, how do I do a lot of damage? That's a very common question for any gamer who's making a martial class. And when you ask yourself this question, how do you do a lot of damage? Eventually, especially if you're a new player, you'll start searching on Google. What builds allow you to do a lot of damage? And sooner or later, you'll come up with one or two, maybe three maximum top ideas. One being Great Weapon Master. Second, that's a feat for anyone who doesn't know. Taking the feat Great Weapon Master and using a two-handed weapon. Using a polearm and using polearm master is another top choice. And then you'll read about dual wielding. And soon you'll find out that it is extremely underwhelming. Even though it sounds damaging and cool, you'll realize that it's extremely underwhelming. So after a lot of thought and reading around and experimenting a little bit with numbers, and Titus provided a lot of reports, dedicated reports with a lot of numbers, more numbers than I would bother with. Dual wield needs to be buffed. In order to be given incentive to players to use two different weapons instead of one, and go for the optimal damage build and make every fighter look the same, and every fighter, paladin, hexblade, warlock, all of them. But we don't want to over buff it, of course, and we want to keep it buffed across all levels of play, not just the end game or just the tier 1. So a simple fix without involving the feats and balancing, that is before the Great Weapon Master. Okay, so we're trying to balance first dual wielding versus two-handed weapon. And dual wielding takes your bonus action. That's the big disadvantage right now, because D&D does not have a system that will allow you to attack with your offhand as part of your attack. One idea was to include the bonus attack inside the attack. That was like the most simplistic and first thought idea, but that leads to a lot of balancing problems in combination with other abilities, meaning Hunter's Mark, for example, or Hex. If you put the extra attack inside the attack action, the moment the character starts to get extra attacks, level 5 and higher, instead of doubling, you double all your attacks. So instead of 2 attacks, now you have 4. And those spells trigger per attack, which means that your damage not only doubled, it quadrupled. There is this problem with that, so we cannot really put the second hand attack inside the attack. Of course, you can put a rule that says that, okay, Hunter's Mark does not trigger and with those attacks or trigger specific number of times per round. But we want to keep our rules as simple as possible, because if you start putting different restriction and limitation on everything, it gets very tiring. Like your homebrew gets very complicated and new players start to get confused. So we want to keep it as simple as possible. Then without avoiding those complicated, very specific rulings, the idea that seemed to work decently well without the feats, I repeat so far, was to double the weapon die of the offhand attack. So if you're wielding a sword and a dagger, you attack with your sword as your main action, you use your bonus action to attack with your dagger, but the dagger, instead of 1d4, it deals 2d4 damage. Again, without your attribute added to the damage. For that, you will need the 2-weapon fighting style that some classes offer, like Ranger and Fighter. So if you have that fighting style as well, then you add your strength or dexterity depending on the weapon, and it deals double the weapon damage die. That on theoretical levels, on paper, it seems to be balanced with the two-handed weapons. All that is good until we reach the feats. So when we get to the feats, Great Weapon Master versus dual wielding, they're not balanced. Great Weapon Master offers so much damage, huge penalty to attack, yes, but the huge penalty to attack is easy to overcome, especially with some classes over the others. For example, Vengeance Paladin, Barbarians, Bless, knocking targets prone. It's very easy to negate this -5 penalty damage. So essentially, early on especially, it becomes really unbalanced. And Conquest Paladin also getting a +10 on an attack with their Channel Divinity. So I don't want to remove Great Weapon Master from the game, although that potentially would fix some things, but I don't want to completely remove it. So I want to rework it and make it scalable, less punishing and less bonus at the start, and more punishing with more bonus later on. Yes, not one is an automatic miss, is a fumble. So even if you add +20, not one still misses. I mean, no, actually, if with not one and your bonus to attack still passes over the armor class of a target. No, it would still be a miss. It's still a miss. So, what was I saying before that? Yes. So I want to make the Great Weapon Master more scalable and more balanced according to the level of the characters. After searching around, there were many suggestions about how to rework it, but one of them looked the best. This one was to make the penalty equal to your proficiency modifier, and the bonus double your proficiency modifier. So if you take this feat at level 1 with a variant human, for example, you would have a -2 from your proficiency bonus to your attack. That's a small penalty like cover, equally if the target had cover, and your damage increases by double your proficiency, so by 4. So you get a +4 to damage, -2 to attack. And as you level up and your proficiency changes, the bonus also increases and the penalty also increases. With that tweak, again, the Great Weapon Master is superior to the Dual Wielder. So for the Dual Wielder, we have to think something. Let's open up the feats as well, so we see them here. Dual Wielder, Great Weapon Master. And for Sharpshooter, also the same. Scaling with a proficiency. Minus your proficiency bonus, double your proficiency bonus on damage. So we have Dual Wielder and Great Weapon Master here. Great Weapon Master also gives you another bonus, which is not really calculated in all those balancing attempts, but it still exists. So if you include this extra part that gives you the extra melee attack when you crit and when you kill, Great Weapon Master is again even more superior than Dual Wielder. Dual Wielder gives you the extra AC and the ability to hold more than light weapons on its hand. Even though this sounds at start like amazing, like, oh, I'm not restricted to short swords anymore. Is Rapier light? No, I think Rapier is not light, just finesse. So you can like dual wield rapiers, which sounds ridiculous, but you can do it, or dual wield longswords. So it allows you to go into more heavy weapons. Sounds amazing, but it doesn't increase your damage that much. Like the maximum you can hold in one hand is a weapon of D8. So you go from a D6 to a D8. So you roll 1 D8 for your main attack, 2 D8 with your offhand attack with our new balancing attempt. That totals on a 3 D8 for one attack and one bonus action. And the Great Weapon Master is probably hitting with a D12 or 2 D6s, like Greatsword or Great Axe, and getting a potential bonus attack with a bonus action if it crits or kills the target. So the Dual Wielder in that case, the average damage of D8 is 4.5, but it is rounded, I think, on 5. So 5 times 3, 15. And then the Great Weapon Master hits for the average of 6 is 3.5 rounded to 4. So 4 times 4, 16. So you see that already with the... Wait, sorry. So 2 d6s for a greatsword, that equals 8. And with a plus 10, it goes to 18. With our new reworked version, it goes 8 plus 4, that's 12. So it is it's 3 damage less than the dual wielder, but without using the bonus action. If they get the ability to use the bonus action and hit again, you have another 12. So we're talking about 24. Of course, that the bonus action here is situational, but you would have other uses of your bonus action that you can take advantage as well in a fight. So it is a 12 versus 15 and a no bonus action versus bonus action. Then if we add into the calculations the 5th level extra attack, the dual wielder damage goes to, we have d8. Oh wait, did we we already calculated the 3 attacks in the previous example, right? Otherwise, no, we didn't. Sorry, we didn't. So we have 4 d8s with the 5th level extra attack. 4 d8s. I should open up a notepad because I'm forgetting things. I can just write them in a journal here. Dual wielding versus 200. So at 5th level, dual wield has 2 d8s for the main attack plus 2 d8s for the offhand. And no extra damage. Plus your dex or strength. So that is plus attribute twice for the main attacks, because the offhand attacks do not take the attribute unless you have a specific fighting style. And then we have two-handed weapon. It goes with 2d6 plus 2d6 plus with our reworked great weapon is a 4. No, at level 5 it is already a 6. Plus the attribute twice again. So that sums it up to 20 plus attribute twice, depending what that is. While the other is 4d6, that's 4 times 4, 16, 22 plus attribute twice. So without fighting styles, let's say that you're doing this in a character that maybe picked the wrong fighting style, or you want to switch, or they don't have the relevant fighting style available. You only pick your feat at level 4, and at level 5 you get an extra attack. Only with those available and with the reworked Great Weapon Master feat, it is still superior to the dual wielder. Now the dual wielder gets the extra AC at the end, that is a little bit important, of course. It is more important than the extra attack in my opinion, but in terms of damage output, it doesn't give you anything. If we include the possibilities for the extra weapon attack, then the two-handed goes even further away in comparison. So what we can do here is slightly boost the dual wielder. And if we increase the damage of weapons by 1, let's say it gives +1 damage to your attacks, then it does pass in front by 2 damage. You have to hit with all of your attacks, though we consider that all these attacks are hit, which is not very far from reality. I think most of these attacks will be hit. Other differences between the two. A dual wielder can trigger more effects. That's another advantage. Like anyone who hits multiple times, especially in this case, three times versus two, you will trigger saving throws, concentration checks one more time. You will trigger any effects from your weapons. If you have weapons more times, you have more chances to crit. And this will be important in the changes that I'm gonna explain later with the weapons triggering effects. However, it does require one more slot of attunement if you would like to wield two magical weapons. And it still takes your bonus action. That's the biggest drawback here. But otherwise, I think with those changes, now the two styles are balanced. I'm not including Polar Master here. It gets more complicated if you have Great Weapon Master and Polar Master at the same time. Pact of the Blade Warlock, get one weapon for free. Yeah, that's part of the reason why Hexblades are so strong. But I think with those two changes, with reworking the Great Weapon Master into a scalable feat and making the dual wielder doing one extra damage per attack, in the end the two styles finally have a reasonable choice between them. Like a player will not feel bad for picking any of them, and they can customize their character according to how they visualize a character to fight without sacrificing any damage. I mean, sacrificing a decent amount of damage. Maybe you sacrifice 2 damage, but that's not a big deal. Yes, of course, Titus, you don't play a paladin. You never play a paladin. Give you dex? What do you mean? Like the saying, saving throws are too low without the runners to get up. Yes, of course. So to sum up, changes: Great Weapon Master and the Sharpshooter will scale with proficiency. Minus proficiency bonus to your attack, double your proficiency bonus to the damage. And dual wielder, we get a +1 damage on each attack. So that's an extra 3 damage at level 5. And that brings at least the 2 feats without too many extra other factors at a very close level, similar level. It's like off by 2 damage. Now this will get a little bit different once we put the new changes in the weapons. So what am I talking about changes in the weapons? There are plenty of ideas if you search around, like if you Google new weapon system, D&D 5e, new weapons, new types, you'll find plenty of results. Like there are people who have been homebrewing stuff for many years, and it's hard to come up with something completely new, to be honest. Like even if you sit down and brainstorm and you think that you got a new idea, once you put it on Google, you'll realize that someone else have already thought about it. So it is very hard to come up with something extremely new without going into extremely complicated. So we try to keep a balance between simplicity, sense, and new things. With those three pillars in mind, and after researching all those ideas, I collected few bits and pieces from different ideas, and I'm trying to compose a weapon system change that makes sense, that feels innovative and it feels satisfying to use different weapons without making it complicated. Also, another factor that I really want to avoid is making combat slower. So I don't want to include extra rolls if I don't have to include those extra rolls. So whenever we can change something without adding extra rolls, it is a preferred choice compared to putting anything with an extra roll. So before I explain what I'm thinking, I will open up some items, some mundane weapons, let's say mace, sword, or all swords actually, a great sword, a long sword. So we see what we have available: a sword, then scimitars, daggers, lance. Oh, lance actually is unique. Pike and halberd and glaive. Glaive and halberd, I think, are identical. Then with a mace, warhammer. Did I open up mace? No. Oh, I think I did earlier. Do we have any hammers that have similar properties except the warhammer? Light hammer is a D6, isn't it? No, D4. What else? Mundane weapons. Axes, battle axe, maul, I think that's it for now. If I think any other, did I miss any common melee weapon that is usually obtainable in D&D? Let me check. I think that's pretty much all. Hand axe is thrown, so... Oh, great club. Great club. Okay, so let's take the D8 versatiles first. I think that's warhammer, longsword, battle axe. Okay, we have those three weapons here. Warhammer is versatile, right? Yes. Okay, I don't remember right. I don't remember wrong, sorry. We have those three weapons. They're all martial melee weapons. They all do 1d8 damage when you wield them with one hand, and they all do 1d10 damage when you wield them with two hands. Now, they have less damage than the classical two-handed weapon because they're versatile. That gives them the ability to go with a shield or without. So with that in mind, you'll think that, oh, maybe I can use it with two hands, but actually I've never seen it happening. unless you force the player lose their shield, they don't actually drop their shield to hit with two hands. Because they have built already the character with a shield, so they don't really take the versatile advantage from the weapon. And it is never used as a two-handed weapon with that in mind. Like, they build their character with a specific style, and the versatile weapons do not come in play. They are treated as pretty much non-versatile. But that's not the case here. That's not our problem here. We are not here to fix that. That was just a parenthesis. We want to fix here that these three weapons feel exactly the same. They cost 15 gold, all of them. No, sorry, Battle Axe is cheaper. Okay, Battle Axe is 5 gold cheaper. But they have like very similar costs. One of them does piercing. No, sorry. Two of them do slashing, and one of them does bludgeoning. None of them does piercing. Other than that, they have no other difference. They have no other property that makes them feel different. That's what we're here to fix. We want to put some properties that makes these three weapons be three different weapons and not just one reskinned into three. How do we do that without adding too much complexity in our games? We want to base it on the damage type that they do. So differentiating the slashing with the bludgeoning will be easy because there's already a difference. But then we want to differentiate the slashing between longsword and battle axe as well. Because they both have slashing, we want them still to feel different weapons. Let's go with the easiest one though, the bludgeoning, warhammer. So you imagine someone hitting with a warhammer, okay? What's the first thing the first trait of this attack that comes into your mind? Is it a sound effect? Is it a visual effect? Is it what you feel when you're holding this weapon and you hit something? What's your first the first thing that comes into mind when you imagine someone hitting with a warhammer? For me, at least, is the impact and distraction that comes upon that impact. Yes, a massive bonk. So the usual image that comes into mind is like a distraction there. Breaking stuff, deforming, especially metal armor. And you use such heavy weapons when you want to break through some really hard stuff. So I want to give them a property like that. Oh my god, Paul. Yeah. No, don't think about expensive miniatures. That's not the Warhammer that we're talking about. Smashing any of those miniatures just makes you feel pain and anger. I can already imagine those. So no, we're not going there. Okay. So we want to give the Warhammer now a property. So this property would be related to this distraction and damage a heavy weapon like that, a massive weapon like that would cause. And since we don't want to give it an extra roll and make things complicated, but we don't want the mundane weapons to be overpowered as well, It has to be an ability that does not happen all the time. And when you think about abilities that happen few times, my mind goes to critical hits. So we can give it an extra ability when it crits. For Warhammer, it rolls a d8, right? So when you crit with a Warhammer, you will roll 2 d8s. Now, if any of those 2 d8s rolls an 8, the maximum damage, it could be both, but one is fine, it triggers the ability. Now, this can be customized. It can become 7 or higher, it can become 6 or higher, but I think for start, to have it a little bit tested as well, we can go with the maximum damage. So when one of those d8s rolls an 8 on the crit hit, a special ability triggers. Based on this type of weapon that we're talking about, I would say that knocking prone a creature that is not bigger by 2 sizes of you, so if you're medium, that it's until large, not huge or higher. If you're large, then until huge, etc. You could knock it prone. You could knock it prone without having to expend an extra attack. And if it has heavy armor, maybe you could reduce the AC until the end of your next turn. Or maybe permanently even, but permanently might be a little bit too much for a mundane weapon. So knocking it prone, and okay, I now have a better idea. So if one of them is 8, it knocks prone. If both of them are 8, it knocks prone and reduces the AC by 2. Yes, casters could have a focus that gives an effect on crit. That's a good idea, and I was planning to do something on that. So, because we have different foci, we have crystals, we have staffs, we have wands, we have gems, I think. I think there are 4 types, right? When you make a character, it lets you choose, especially wizards. So we can have also spellcaster foci that give different effects, and on bards as well. The different instruments can give different effects, but I don't think bards have too many attack rolls on spells. I might remember wrong though, but I'm under the impression that like 90% of the bard things are saving throws. So back to the Warhammer. If you roll 1/8, you knock it prone. If you roll 2 8s, you knock it prone and you reduce its AC by 2 until the end of your next turn. Now, what's good about this? Gives you reason to use the Warhammer's versatile property. Because if you start holding with 2 hands, it becomes a D10. And on the D10, you have more chances to roll higher than 8 than on a D8. So it gives you extra reason to use the versatile property this weapon have, and do some cool effects with them. Let's start noting those down, by the way. Now let's make a new journal note. New weapon effects. Warhammer. On crit. D8, 8 or higher. Eight or higher. I'll need to find a way how to type those. times 1, 8 or higher equals prone times 2, 8 or higher, prone minus 2 AC until next turn. Okay, we're done with the Warhammer. That way, now Warhammer has a reason to be picked over the others. Like, it does bludgeoning damage, yes, but now it can knock prone. It can knock prone, it can reduce AC. Of course, it is on crits only, but as a martial class, especially in 5th level or higher, you start attacking quite a lot. There are multiple chances, and 5% advantages. You will start critting at some point. Like, it's not gonna be a common occurrence, and we don't want it to be common occurrence as well. But it will start playing a role, and your crit will feel even more satisfying without unbalancing the damage, without making like insane crits that would one-shot a boss. We make the crits feel even more satisfying than before. Now let's go to the other two. The other two are more difficult now. They're both slashing weapons. Both slashing weapons, both versatile, both D8 to D10. How can we make them feel different? What effects can we give them? Again, they will trigger on crit, on 8s on the D8s, and if you use them versatile, on 8s over the D10s. What's the first thing that comes to mind when you visualize a battle axe hitting target? For me, it's chopping. Like, you start cutting, you might like cut a limb or something, although that's a little bit extreme to add as an effect. But the bleeding, I would imagine more for the longsword. I think the longsword cuts are like more prolonged, so like there's more bleeding, while the battle axe cuts are like more deep. So we can add the bleeding property on the longsword, and on the battle axe, what can we add on the battle axe? A deep cut. What does a deep cut cause you? Maybe some limb malfunction, like you start limping if it is a hit on your leg, or maybe they cannot use their weapon. Maybe they get a penalty to attack rolls, like you hit, almost cut their arm off, so they're weakened if they're using weapons, or reducing movement speed. Yeah, this can work. So okay, battle axe. On a D8 of the crit, it could put a penalty to attack until the end of the next turn. The penalty, what if we make the penalty to be equal to your strength modifier? So the stronger you are, the more brutal the hit. It might be a little bit strong for early levels. -5 to attack roll. It is still again for one round, but I don't think it's actually too strong. It's almost as if you give it disadvantage. Otherwise, we could do it minus proficiency, but that's then a little bit weak. Is it weak actually? -2 at level 1? And it goes higher, right? while the strength modifier would stay more or less the same, because these days most players start with a +4, some even with a +5, and it stays like that pretty much forever. So maybe proficiency bonus is better. Yeah, and okay, what about the versatile? On the versatile, if both go on higher than 8, it could be strength modifier or proficiency bonus, whichever is higher. So an even stronger penalty if you use it with 2 hands. I like that. And I think it does work balance-wise. Okay. Battle axe on crit, d8. Actually, I should copy the above so I don't type the same. Equals minor PB attack roll. Minus PB or strength, whichever highest. I mean, I'm writing them in a little bit coded format to not spend too much time on this, but I will explain them in the end as well. Again. And now on the longsword, what do we give the longsword? Bleeding, some kind of bleeding property, right? Or maybe something that reduces their mobility. The bleed, I think the bleed property will involve extra rolls. So if we give them like any damage over time effect, bleeding, their rolls will start to increase again. So something with mobility, maybe. Something that maybe they reduce its speed. I'm thinking that that is weaker than the other two, though. So okay, how about? Okay, we can tweak a bit the numbers. Okay, so D8 and higher, it reduces its speed by 15. And on versatile, if both go D8 or higher, actually not 15, by half. It reduces its speed by half. So whatever it was moving before, it moves half now. I thought of that as well, Paul, losing the reaction, but there are other things. That make them lose their reaction. So I don't want to make the longsword overlap with like shocking grasp and things like that. Then everything starts to do the same things, and it doesn't feel good. Right now, like spellcasters who have shocking grasp have this unique cantrip that it makes them feel good. But it was my thought as well, like they spend the reaction to like stop the bleeding, so they lose their reaction. On the other hand, instead of losing the reaction, so I'm thinking, what if they lose the half of their movement speed and you, only the attacker, takes the disengage action for free? So that person can move away without getting an opportunity attack, but they still have the reaction against other targets. So I think that is more balanced, and it feels like a little bit more sword play, you know, like the swashbuckler, exactly. So it feels like the guy who would be using the longsword, even though it's a longsword and not a sword or a rapier, it feels more elegant and more dexterous a bit than the battle axe in Warhammer. So when I imagine like sword play techniques, I can see that how some vicious slashing like on the side of someone across their arm would hinder their mobility and slow them down for a moment, for 6 seconds on a round, and have them so you can like disengage in safety. And now, and now the high effect. So if you use it with 2 hands and you roll on both D8s, both D10s, sorry, yes, higher than 8. What if they lose all their movement speed? They lose all their movement speed, and you can also disengage for free. So you effectively like crippled. Your critical was so brutal that you crippled that enemy for that turn. And also, okay, because movement speed might not be very relevant against many enemies and many combats in D&D, unfortunately, are very static. I think you have noticed that. So there are, for some rounds, things don't move at all in the battlefield. And if that's the case, this, even the brutal critical will feel really bad. So instead of only that, I will put an extra effect. Disadvantage or automatically fail dexterity saving throws for that round. I'd say automatically fail. It's not much. It's not extreme. Yeah, I think that works. So if you hit crit and both of them are high rolls with a versatile longsword, they automatically fail the firebolt. The dexterity saving throw. Yes, that works very well with a fireball. It's the melee guy goes in with a longsword, cripples the guy with a huge crit, and disengages out because he doesn't take an opportunity attack as well, giving the space for the caster to cast fireball and finish off the target without getting any damage done on his ally. That opens up combos there. Okay, let's note it down. Longsword on crit, D8, halved movement speed. You can move. You do not provoke from target. And on the second, the big effect, movement speed 0. Wait. Now there's a detail here that I missed. It reduces its walking speed, not all movement speed, because if the creature is able to float or fly, you shouldn't be reducing speed. Unless you think about chopping wings, but then we had the chopping part on the battle axe, so it doesn't work for all movement speeds. So if the creature can move without using its legs, I think it should not be getting those penalties. So walking speed, not movement speed. Auto fail dex st. You do not provoke okay. Okay, now we have three distinctive weapons, very different. They both all do the same damage, but they all have very different synergies with each other. So a group of melee-oriented players would prefer like warhammers, so they have chances to knock targets prone and like bust them to death. A group with one only melee character and everyone else spellcaster would prefer the longsword for the crippling effects. And what was the other one? The battle axe. The battle axe would be preferred from people that have from a group that has lower chance to hit. So sharpshooters, great weapon masters in the group, would want to have someone with such a weapon that can lower the AC of the target. So it opens up different combinations and different effects. Makes the weapon choice now more meaningful than just flavor. Without making it overpowered, because it doesn't trigger on every attack. It triggers on crit and again on specific die rolled on the crit. So it's even less rare than a simple crit. Okay. Now let's go to the two-handed weapons. We have greatsword. We have maul. We have great club. And pike. Well, pike is a D10. Actually, great club is... What is great club? I forgot. Is it D8, right? Oof. Great club is really bad. Oh, because it's simple weapon. I see. We'll give something to great club to make it a little bit less useless, but let's focus on the two-handers that deal the most damage right now. So maul. I didn't put up a great axe. Let's put up a great axe. Could have winded. What's winded, Paul? Oh, I pulled the +1 great axe. We already put reduced movement speed on the longsword though. Okay, let's think about when you punch someone in the and exhale all the breath. Oh, I see. I guess. I don't know what mechanical effect that would give, but make them prone. So here we have maul, great axe, and greatsword. They are all two-handed. They're all martial. In terms of prices, the maul is super cheap. The greatsword is the most expensive. But the maul and the greatsword have no other differences other than damage type. One is dealing slashing. The other one is dealing bludgeoning. So I don't know why people prefer the greatsword most of the time. Like they want to spend more gold. They want to spend 40 more gold to switch from bludgeoning to slashing, while there is I don't remember any official monster that has like vulnerability or resistance to one of those types, but not on the others. I have made some homebrew ones, like especially on bone monsters, skeletons, undead, etc., etc. I give them vulnerability to bludgeoning most of the time. But official monsters, I don't think like it really matters. So it's just an expensive mall that looks different, yes. Other than that, they are identical. So we want to differentiate them. And then we have Great Axe, who is almost the same as them, but it deals 1d12 instead of 2d6. That mechanically that gives you more average damage, because it's much easier with 2d6 to roll somewhere between 4 and 8, let's say, and much harder to roll the extremes, like very low or very hard. Also, with 2d6 it is impossible to roll 1. The minimum is 2, while with Great Axe you can roll 1. The highest damage is more likely to be on Great Axe. It's easier to roll a 12 than to roll 2 6s at the same time. But yeah, I think that mechanically most people prefer the 2d6s. They're more reliable, and you will never roll a 1. Also, you'll minimum roll a 2. And if you combine it with the great weapon fighting style, you reroll all 1s and 2s, so you can reroll a lot of dice there, which slows down the play, but that's irrelevant. Okay, so what do we give them compared to the previous one? They're almost the the larger size variations of longsword, battle axe, and warhammer. So it would be good if we kept somewhat similar the effects. What can we give them? Also, something that I'm thinking now, on the greatsword and the maul, what will be the threshold on the die on the crit? Like if we put the threshold on a d6 to be a 6, it's much more likely to trigger than the one-handed weapon. And it rolls 2d6, so on the crit it's going to be 4d6. Like it is extremely likely to trigger. So we have to take that into balance, because Maul and Greatsword will be triggering way more than the others. Staggering effect because of the weight. I was thinking to give that to the Maul, but not to the Greatsword and the Great Axe. Let me think. So, what if we change the die as well? can we get a 12 in an... Yeah, I wanted to make a new two-handed. Now all of my ideas are coming into mind and I'm getting overloaded. So I wanted to make a Nodachi. I have already made it for one of my campaigns, but I never made it official. So I wanted to make a Nodachi weapon, two-handed, that is similar to the greatsword. A great spear. No, that's a lance. That's called a lance. So then we have, with the Nodachi, we have potentially great loot. And the Nodachi that I made had 3 d4s in damage, which is more average even than the greatsword, but even harder to go for maximum damage. But the lowest damage that you could roll was 3. Yes, we can add katanas as well. Question is, what different properties do we give? If we give them all solving, staggering effects, yeah, I think we can go on the stagger effect for them all. So the mole will crit and it will roll 4 d6s, okay? If any of them is a 6, the staggering effect takes place. So it has like 4 out of 6 chances, I think. I'm not sure about statistic math, but in my mind it's like 4 out of 6 chances to roll at least 1 6 out of 4 6-sided dice, right? And staggering effect. What does this staggering effect do? Only pushback? We can put only pushback on 1 6 and an extra effect if it rolls like 2 of them 6 or higher. So stagger plus minus AC to keep it on the similar style with the Warhammer. Pushback and prone I thought, but I don't think it helps the players actually. Like, I think it's undesirable effect. Like you push it and it falls prone. It makes sense. It does make sense. Like, you launch the target, it gets knocked back and falls prone. But yes, the prone gives advantage. But if you have run out of movement, like, then you cannot reach to hit him a second time, for example. So both of them, I don't think they're much of advantage. Like if you have multi-attack, it gets further away and you missed your second attack. Prone we already gave to the Warhammer Tidus. So now think about moles, okay? There's the guy with the mole. Think of your classic barbarian in any kind of fiction. I don't have anything that can serve as a mole here to put a demonstration. The guy with the huge mole that you see never hits like that. Like, the only scenario that you would hit someone going like that with a full swing from above the head is when they're jumping, like when there is a leaping motion from a high place and they come down like full force with a huge weapon like that. So when they're fighting with such huge weapons, it's always on the side, like left, right, like swinging, or maybe a wide swing like this. So I don't think it makes sense to knock it prone, because you're most likely either launching them into the air with a strike from below, or swiping them left and right. Which means that the stagger effects can push them into any direction you want, left, right, or back. So it's not only push in the opposite direction. And if the crit rolls more than 2 or 3, because let's think, more than 2. What are the chances? What are the chances to roll 2 6 on 4 d6s? Anyone good, quick with math? Otherwise, I'll Google it. Okay, dice probability calculator. 3% only? No way. I don't believe that's so low. Is it 3% really? The value of 6, choose one. You guessed it. Okay, I'm checking this. Wait, one moment, I'll show you. So I'm checking this dice probability calculator. But I don't know how to use it. It says the total number of dice 6. Okay, game rules: at least 6 dice equal to 6, right? What's the probability for this? Why? What do I need to do to calculate this? All dice value, no. All dice same value, no, exactly. Okay, 6 or 6. I mean, no, I don't want another one. How do you use this calculator, for fuck's sake? One out of 36. Are you sure? You have 4 6-sided dice, and it's only 1 out of 36 to have at least 2 of them be a 6. Okay, okay, I'll believe you. I'll believe you. So if it is that low, it's that low, I can... Wait a second. I just thought of it. If you have great weapon fighting style, you can reroll all 1 and 2s. So it's much more likely to get 6s, right? So yeah, you can reroll potentially all 4 dice if you didn't get any 6. This is so hard to balance. Okay. Who told him? Let's see. Why is it 6 times 6? I get that 1 6 is the dice of the sides of the die, but what's the other 6 that you're multiplying with? Oh, that's the logic. Great. Okay, so with 2 great weapon fighting style, it's definitely much easier to trigger. That is now that has come to attention, and there is an easy fix for that. We just indicate before any rerolls. So the effect is decided before any rerolls happens. Okay, so we were thinking about staggering effects. Paul's idea. So pushback, 10 feet in any direction. So pushback in any direction, and if 2 or more are 6, then also penalty to AC equal to strength modifier, proficiency modifier, or yeah, I think proficiency makes the most sense. Okay, proficiency modifier it is then. Mol on crit 2d6 sorry 6d6 times 1. Sorry, how do we type this? At least 1, yes. At least 1 6 or higher. Well, there is no higher, just 1 6 equals to push 10 feet any direction. And d6, 2d6, 6 or higher or equal to 6, 10 feet push plus PB penalty to AC. And we'll have to write those better, in a better format at the end. Okay, so Mol crits 2d6, rolls 4d6 if one is at least a sixth pushback 10 feet any direction. If two of them are 6 before rerolls, then penalty to AC equal to proficiency modifier. How does this now balance with the one-handed weapon? So it is much easier to trigger to other things. Like the Warhammer effect rolls a d8 and has to roll an 8, 1 out of 8 chances to trigger an effect. But this one has to roll at least 1d6 out of 4d6. Sorry, the other one had 2d8s. So out of 4d6s, so it's even more than double the chance to trigger something. Is that balanced? Now that's our question. They tend to create. Yes, that is. I kind of believe that. There is no scientific proof, but yeah, I believe that too. I need to figure out how to use this calculator. One moment. We need to figure out this thing, right? So we choose the dice that we want. Total number of die 4, okay. Choose the condition, game rules. At least X die maybe have the chance to trigger better on lighter weapons. No. The weapons should have a chance based on their die. And the effects depend on the weapon, but the chances should be more or less the same. But help me figure out this calculator. How does this thing work? What am I doing wrong? So at least X dice equal to value is 6, or there is no 6. Target number of dice X 4. I mean, no, we don't. Is this or for input value or leave 0 if you don't want another one? I don't want another. So target number of dice 4, which results in the probability. What's the result? What's the probability? It did show me before. I chose condition all dice same value. Yes, it shows you the probability of all 4 d6s to be 6, but that's not what I want. Why is it not calculating anything now? Do you know any other calculators, Paul? The values should be different. Okay, wait. Now it gives us something. So according to that, the chance is 13%. I think 1 is the 100%. So that is 13%. And if we put 1, that's 50%. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. If we yes, it is 13, a little bit over 1 out of 10 if you crit to trigger the big effect. Now let's compare it to the Warhammer that we made before. So D8s, 2 D8s, rolling 2 8s. See, now that the chance is abysmally low. So these are not very balanced with each other. Oh wait, sorry. That's my bad. When you hold it with 2 hands, it's a D8, a D10. So at least X die equal to 8, 9, or 10. Okay, 9%. So 9% on one, 13% on the other. The kinda close, like 4% difference. I don't think we can fix that, like without introducing new dice into the equation. Let's see if we put it 7 as well. Oh, 16. Okay, that's better. That's closer. I think we can go with 16 and have 7 or 8. And what's the chance to roll 7 or 8? That's 2 out of 8. Yes, and these are correct. You're right. These are supposed to be epic moments, criticals. So if you factor in the 1 out of 20 chance to crit and then multiply it with this chance, it becomes an even less chance to happen every round. I'm just trying to now to balance them compared to each other. I think the chances to happen separately is okay. Like, I think it's balanced as it is, but I want them to be balanced when compared to each other, so there is again not a much better choice than the others. So if we put a D8, 1 D8 to have at least a value of 7 or 8. How do I delete this? The value is 7 or 8. Okay, 0, 0, 0. You cannot get more positive results than the total number of dice. What? Oh. Okay, 25% on a one-handed weapon to trigger this small effect. I think that's fine. Wait, sorry, it's not. I was wrong. 2 dice, at least X dice equal to, okay, 43% chance. Now that's a little bit high. How do we balance this? We keep it D8 for the one hand, and we put it we keep it 8 on D8 for one hand, and we put it 7 or 8 on... No. Am I getting confused for no reason? There's 23% chance to trigger an attack of the 8. And then it was... One moment. I think I'm doing something wrong. And then 10% chance or 16% chance with the 2d10s. Okay, we have something. We have something here. So Warhammer d8 7 or higher here, then 7 or higher here, 7 or higher on longsword. And Maul 2d6 plus... Okay, let's calculate this again. So 4d6 the value 6, number of die 13%. Okay, 13% chance. That's good. That is acceptable. Okay, I feel like my brain got fried for a moment there. So many calculations going on. So we have more staggering effects and strong stagger effect with penalty to AC on the crit as the big effect. Now the maul does have unique property. Let's go to the greatsword that is right after the maul, feeling exactly the same. Greatsword. It will have again the same chances. That's the easy part. Now, small effect and bigger effect. Something with movement again, since we're going with a longsword slashing type theme. What can we give it? On 1d6 on the crit. Can we give it same? No, it will feel exactly like a greatsword, like a longsword. Sorry. What do we give this greatsword? What do we give the great sword? Some kind of impairing movement. What about the cleaving effect? Or do we give that to a great axe? One of them can have a cleaving effect. Which one is more fitted to have a cleaving effect? The great axe or the great sword? Disarming and breaking weapons is clunky. I've tried it and it's a bit clunky. Some things do not have weapons. Some weapons like do not make sense to break from a mundane greatsword. Some movement penalty is, I think, carries over from the longsword, similar to the greatsword. So exhaustion level, you think? So half movement speed. Half movement speed and exhaustion level on the big effect, maybe. It feels a little bit weaker than the others, though. Exhaustion level will give 2 exhaustion. What does the second level of exhaustion give again? I forgot. First one is disadvantage on ability checks. Second one, what was exhaustion? Speed halved. Okay, so I guess, yeah. Yeah, it could give exhaustion level 2 for 1 round. But what about... So exhaustion level 1 on the... No, exhaustion level 2 on the first... On the first effect. No, I want to avoid extra rolls. So if we can make effects without any extra rolls, that's... Otherwise I would have put a bleed effect that you triggers every turn and you have a saving throw for it. Okay, I have an idea. From out of all the the 200 weapons, greatsword feels the most accurate, I'd say. What can we... Oh, that's a good idea. Actually, that's very good. Nice, Paul. Yeah, I think I like that a lot. So exhaustion level per d6 that you roll. Potentially going to hit point maximum halved. Okay, it's still for 1 round though, so its hit point will get back. Okay, but it gives the group like a chance to finish someone in 1 turn with much less effort than before. So on a crit, 1 exhaustion. No, exhaustion level kills on 6. On 6 it kills instantly. On a crit, d6 1 exhaustion level per 6 rolled. Yeah, I think I like that. Okay, greatsword is also done. Then great axe. Great axe feels the most damaging, like the most brutal of all. The maul is also like very brutal, but I feel like the great axe is not. So we'll give the cleave to the great axe. So on crit, it rolls a d12. So on the d12, what are the chances if we put it 10 or higher? So 1 number of die, value 12, so value 10 or higher. So it's 8%. 8% feels a little bit low, doesn't it, compared to the others? Wait. How was I using this calculator again? I already forgot. 11, 12, 10. Okay, 25. Sorry, it's 25%. 25%. It is decent, I'd say. We can put like a mini effect for the 25, and then you will roll 2 d12s. And if, oh wait, it's 2 d12s, not 1. So that makes it 43. That's higher now. So let's put 11 or higher. %30 chance. 30% chance. But then we cannot have a big effect because then it's super low chance. That's the difficulty with the d12s now. Rolling at least 1 d12 10 or higher is 43, and rolling 2 d12s at least 10 or higher is 6%. It has like huge difference between the small effect and the big effect. So we'll have to make a drastic gap then. So if the easy effect the 43% chance, it will be a minus proficiency bonus to attack rolls. Same as the battle axe. And the big one, the 6% chance, is a cleave effect. So, provided that your critical hit is enough to damage nearby enemies, which most likely it is, you do the same damage or half the damage to enemies adjacent to it. I can go with full damage. It's 6% chance. It's very low. Okay. On a crit, 1, 10 to 12 equals minus PB attack rolls 2 times 10 or 12 equals full cleave damage on adjacent creatures to the target within your reach, of course. What? Where I cannot type within your reach. So that means like two extra targets maximum. Or actually, no. Let's put it to all targets within your reach. On all creatures within your reach. So a full swing. 6% to do like a huge full swing with a great axe that will deal massive damage. Okay. Yes, using it like a helicopter. Although it doesn't feel that brutal, but maybe you start to spin it above it, and when it has enough momentum, you take it around you, you swing like full circle, and you kill your allies as well with it. You see that it says all creatures, right? Not all enemies. So yeah, I think that feels great actually. And now we go to the Nodachi, which I will be introducing as well. So the Nodachi will have 3 d4s. Total damage, two-handed weapon. And it does slashing damage too, but maybe I can change it to piercing, because we don't have any big weapon damage piercing, right? Although it feels more slashy. It is definitely on the slashy side. But we don't have any piercing. Do you have any other ideas for a piercing two-handed weapon that is on a similar scale with those? And the lance does piercing, but the lance has a... What's a long spear? That's a lance, isn't it? Trident. I have some plans for the tridents, but I don't want to make it a two-handed weapon. Spear with reach. Wait a second. Let's open up lance, because I think you're describing lance all this time. So lance is a martial melee weapon. It has reach. assigning steel tip to puncture the hardest of foes' defenses, driven in by the force of galloping steed. Okay. Mounted combat special, you have disadvantage. Yes. Requires 2 hand. Okay. So it is a D12 piercing. It is like a long spear. It's a long spear, that's why it has reach and D12 damage and disadvantage. So we cannot make anything that has D12 similar properties without the disadvantage because it makes the lance then obsolete. Meaning we cannot give it reach. That's the main problem here is reach. Also polar master, like we don't want one of these weapons, the D12, I mean the maximum 12 weapons to go into polar master territory. What other? My idea was the Nodachi, but what do you have any other distinctively different weapons? What is that? So we have pike, we have glaive, we have what the hell is this weapon? Okay, so let me swap you so you can see what I'm googling. I'm googling weapons. What the hell is this weapon? That's a mace in a spear. How do you hit with this thing? And that's a butcher's knife, a kitchen knife in a spear. And yeah, it's a mace on a long stick. That seems super uncomfortable to use. But this one, the one next to the pitchfork, that looks interesting. What the hell is this? Does it have a name? It looks like a mini trident, like not not a proper trident. What? They don't have names here, so. Wait, what about this one? No, that's the same picture. It's a trident with 2 short sides. That's its official name, or you're trolling? Is that thing called a trident with 2 short sides? I'm looking if it has a name. I don't want to name a weapon tridents with 2 short sides. Wait, what the hell is this? Medieval chopper sword. Okay, let's see. What? No, I don't want it to ship to me. I don't want to buy this thing. What is this? You can even buy this? 200 medieval chopper sword. It has an idea. It has a flavor, a style. I want to see better pictures though. So what if we Google chopper swords now? Okay, now we're getting somewhere. What the hell is this? We can Geez, okay. Okay, that's one idea here. Let's find some other. That's not that big. Oh, that's a katana machete. I don't know how to pronounce. Whoop, what's that? The formidable Falx, handed forward Ghetto Dacian two-handed sword. What the hell? I've never heard of these weapons before. Okay. Scorpion sword, orc war chopper. I like the names on this one. Okay, I think we can go this. We can go with this, right? And we can have Nodachi and this as well. Let's get some other ideas before we decide. Oh, we have some suggestions up here. Panabas? What is a panaba? What? That looks like a boomerang combined with metal, like a metal boomerang blade. Like someone, that feels like someone tried to make a sword there, but their blacksmithing skills were terrible, and the blade was like distorted in the end. But like, okay, fuck this, it's sharp at one way or another, it's sharp in different angles. I'm gonna swing with it. Probably someone will die if it gets hit, so we use it anyway. That's what this weapon makes you think. Like it has no symmetry, no nothing. Do we have any other two-handed fantasy weapons? Two-handed frying pan? That's a big frying pan. I don't want to. Oh, what is that? Magical wizard, medieval iron, fantasy sword, futuristic two-handed sword, transparent. Okay. That looks like an axe and a sword at the same time. I kinda like it. I'll keep it in a. That is a great sword, essentially, right? What about this? Is that a maul? Is that considered a maul? It's a heavy mace, it says here. Is there a difference though between a maul and a heavy mace? That's just cool looking greatsword. What is that? Just fancy. That's a lance, I suppose. This is the Nodachi that I'm thinking about. Batleth. That's also a word I've never seen before. Now this is a maul again, I suppose. I want something that will be like that would look different as well. All these are sticks with something heavy in the end. Oh, scythe. Scythe. We can make a scythe. I mean, I know there's the sickle, but the sickle is, as you probably know, lame. We can make a scythe. However, the scythe will be rich, most likely. I think it will be a rich weapon with lower damage. So we can make it as a D10 thingy or even less. What's that? That's a great axe. Here we have Gatsu. What the hell is this? It has in the description two-handed magic blunt, and he's holding it with one-handed. No, that feels like a mall still. Whoop, what is that? Wait a second. I think the Japanese have some different ideas about weapons. Two-handed weapon. No, these are not Dutchies. Okay, we're covered with the not Dutch. Do you have anything else, Japan, to give us? I don't want no Dutchies. Oh, that's similar to this chopper knife that we found. What's that? Buster sword. Okay. Looks like a great sword, pretty much. Oh, what's that? They look very inconvenient. What is that? No. Oh? Antique old Japanese katana. That's a sword. That doesn't look like a sword. Okay, I don't think we can find anything else that is very different from what we have now. That's like a weapon, kata and kobudo. I'm very confused with the naming of those things. Like, these things have different names, although they're like the same thing mirrored. That's a weapon? No, I don't think that's a weapon. Okay, we'll go with Nodachi and Chopper. So the Nodachi will have the 3D force, and the chopper will probably have a D12. Like, it feels equally brutal as the great axe. Let me swap back the stream to the other one. The sickle, the scythe will be also a two-handed weapon, but most likely reach and less damage. So let's think about those. Create weapons. Oh, and another idea that I also talked about with Tidus before, the double-edged scimitar. That's also a two-handed weapon that I wanted to formally introduce. So we have Nodachi, double-edged scimitar, and what was that thing called? Orc chopper. Can we really call it orc chopper? I don't think we can call it like that. So many people will be offended. Does it have any other name? Katana will not be two-handed. Katana is smaller. We haven't gone there yet. So what do we call this orc chopper thingy? I'm trying to find if it had another name. Scorpion sword. Okay. Okay, it's called scorpion sword. I don't know why. Titus, don't worry, you can't be nerfed. You're too good at optimizing things. Okay. We have three new weapons. It feels like we're adding a little bit too much on the two-handed territory, though. Could we make the scorpion sword one-handed? We want to add the piercing version, so from these the Nodachi will be the piercing version. The double-edged scimitar will be slashing again, and the scorpion sword can be one-handed. The effect takes it takes effect. Good question, because the HP maximum could go half. It doesn't make sense to take place before the damage, though, right? Like, you're supposed, like, you damage it, you hit him in like some vital parts, and the exhaustion comes from there. So it would be after the damage. Yeah, I cannot justify it being before the damage. Like, how? Yeah, I think it's after the damage. Okay, we'll... That makes sense, Paul. So let's think about it a bit. So you have a greatsword, and you have max strength. Okay, let's say you have max strength, a +5, and let's say you are a paladin. You have access to smite as well. So you make an attack, you roll maximum damage, you add some spites, and let's say you add a level 2 smite, so that's 3d8s. 3d8s and maximum damage on the dice, that's 24 plus your strength, making that 29, and 3d8s, the average of the 3d8s is 15. 29 plus 15, we are at 45 damage. So you're dealing 45 damage with one single hit. If the damage reduction, if the exhaustion takes effect before your hit, a 90 HP target would become 45 and you would kill it with one hit. I think that's a little bit too strong. You would be killing a 90 HP target with one single attack. Yeah, I think it's a little bit too strong. Yeah, you'd never forget the moment, but I don't think you're supposed to be that strong. Like without, we try to give the weapons some additional flavor and reasons to pick them, but we just made the greatsword now an insta-kill boss possibility. I know it's not very likely to happen, but it destroys like a boss fight. Like everyone is pumped up, they prepare, they make their plans, and then, oh, I got extra lucky, boss is dead. Yeah, it does way more than intended in that way. Even if it is very low chance, and also it doesn't make sense to work before the damage. We just have a max exhaustion level, one lower. Then we go to 3, and what do we get on 3? Disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws. But if we stop on 3, why does it matter if it is before or after the attack? I mean, before or after the damage? Does it actually change anything? I don't think it changes anything, because after you, from between your attack and your damage, there is nothing else there happening. Even if it is a saving throw, it happens after your damage is done, after your effects have been imposed on the creature. So, for example, if your attack drops him prone and there is a saving throw or an extra attack, the prone effect takes effect first. So for saving throws and other attack rolls, it still applies even if it is after the damage. Yeah, only the hit point maximum makes a difference. So if we were to stop it at level 3, then it doesn't matter if it takes in place before or after. But we don't want to stop it at level 3. We can go up to level 4 exhaustion and have it apply after, as it makes more sense too. Okay, so the Scorpion Sword, one of those 3 should be one-handed. I don't want to add 3 new two-handers. That's a little bit too much. So Scorpion Sword, one-handed. reduced size. Double-edged scimitar. And Nodachi. They should both deal a maximum of 12. But we have a number of ways of doing that. So that could be 1d12, 2d6, 3d4s. We could even go 6d2s, but it's a little bit ridiculous. You'll be throwing coins in the screen. But we could also go 1d8 and 1d4. That's an interesting combination. I think the 1d8 and 1d4 feels proper for the double-edged scimitar because it has two edges. It is a double-edged scimitar, as the name implies. So 1d8, 1d4 for the double-edged scimitar, slashing. 3d4s for Nodachi, piercing. Okay, let's start noting them down. So, attack, action. Now, will any of them have reach? No, none of them has reach. So target 5 feet range. Weapon attack, melee attack. Ability modifier, Nodachi is Can we afford to give Nodachi finesse property? This will be the only finesse two-handed weapon. I think dexterity is strong as it is. We will be making overpowered weapons. So okay, no finesse. Bad idea. They're both heavy. They're both two-handed. Wait a second. What if we make the double-edged scimitar to be versatile? Like the other ones. So 1d8, 1d10. We have 3 versatile one-handed. One d8 plus 4. No, 1d8 plus 1d4. Sorry. Okay, I'm getting ideas now. So double-edged scimitar can be versatile. Then we will have 4 versatile one-handed weapons, 4 two-handed weapons. The choices start to be equal groups. And the double-edged scimitar can be versatile with 2d4 damage as one-handed and 1d6 plus 1d4 damage as two-handed. So it is a little bit less than the classical two-handers. It has more average than the classical one-handers, and it will be allowing you to use bonus action to attack again, similar to Polar Master. And that's irrelevant whether you use it one hand or two hands. Okay, let's start. Let's start putting some properties. So that's gonna be also has the special property: no reach, no thrown, no reload. Yes, okay. Damage formulas. You don't have to give it a try, Titus. You can do your math and find your optimized choice. You don't have to try it if you don't like it. Like on the upstroke, if the weapon as you pull it back. Yes, something like that. So damage formula, the Nodachi will have 3d4s plus mod. And we'll make it do piercing instead of slashing. Oh no, slashing makes a little bit more sense, but I want a piercing weapon as well. And it does, yeah, look what I can do. And it does, is a little bit justifiable. Okay, then damage formula on the versatile is 1d8 plus, sorry, 1d6, 2d4s for the one-handed slashing, and versatile 1d6 plus 1d4 again slashing, plus modifier of course, copying it from the other. No finesse. Finesse going that high in numbers like invalidates all our efforts to, yeah, we're trying to make strength less of a dumb stat than it is right now, so we cannot give high damaging weapons to finesse like that. We already boosted dual wield, okay? We already boosted dual wield. You have double damage dice on offhand weapons, and dual wielder field +1 damage per attack. So we cannot give finesse weapons to so high damage. Okay, so we have a maximum of 8 damage on the one hand and a maximum of 10 on the versatile, same as the other versatile weapons. And on the Nodachi, we have the 3d4s, same as the other two hunters. What special abilities do we give those two guys? So those two guys will have, we can make them have like similar. I know they're not same like the other ones, longsword, greatsword, battle warhammer, maul, and battle axe, great axe, those like the same weapon, bigger size. These ones are different, but since we make them like at the same point, we can group them up. Should do a weapon that's like a greatsword, but can split apart into two smaller finesse weapons. That's a nice idea, but when it is finesse, it will use dexterity, and when it's combined, it will use strength. Who is going to use that? Who has so high strength and dex to take advantage of this weapon? the concept does sound cool, but I don't think it's going to be very popular. I can try to make it. Yeah. I like the idea. But I will not make it finesse when it is combined. That's a definite no. So when it is one weapon and two-handed, it will not be finesse. But yeah, but before we go on that, let's finish those two little shiny ones. What special abilities do we give them? On crit, Nodachi now will have the easiest chance to proc the small ability. Okay, so let me pull up my calculator again. One-handed weapon that works off of charisma. Of charisma. Yeah, a weapon that's called makeup. I don't know what you're thinking. So we have 3d4 die, and we want chances of... What the fuck am I clicking? Of 4 or higher, at least 1. So number of dice 3, 1. Why is it why is it not calculating it again? What did they do wrong? I don't want other values, okay? You cannot set the value higher than the number of dice faces. It's not higher. You cannot set the value higher than the number of dice faces. The dice has 4 faces. I have given the value 4. What are you talking about, calculator? I will refresh. So d4, total of d4s will have 6 d4s on a crit. We want at least 1 die to have the value of 4. And the chance to do this is 82%. Okay, that's extremely easy to get. So we have a problem here. Then, what are you guys talking about? Talking about whips again? Classic. Okay, so 82% is too high. We need to reduce it to... That's now good. 17%. 70% is... if we put 4, it becomes really hard. Make it 3 dice hitting 4. I don't understand what that means. 3 dice hitting 4. Make it when they all roll not once. I mean, that's what we're trying to do here. So we're giving effects to the weapons, Nidus. When you crit with those weapons and you roll your damage die, if a set number of dice is X or higher, depending on what we designed earlier, we have a list which we will publish at the end if you missed the first part, they trigger extra effects. So for example, the mole rolls 4d6s on the crit. If one is at least 6, then you push back the target in any direction by 10 feet. If two are 2d6s are 6, then they also get penalty to AC. And we were trying to calculate what are the chances of that to happen, and have all about the same chance on each different weapon. So on the other weapons it is between 10 and 20%. This one has 3 dice, yes, and on a crit it becomes 6. So that's where it triggers. That's why we have total number of dice 6. So if we put the requirement 3 out of the 6 to be a 4, that's 17% chance. This is what the calculator is doing for us. And because with all the other weapons we had a mini, like a small effect and a big effect. So we're trying to do the same here, but here it is much harder. Because if we increase the threshold from 3 to 4, from 17% we went to 3%. So what we can do about that, either we make like a very big effect. Instead of max dice, go for the lowest. That doesn't change the chances. That doesn't change anything in the chances. The chances still remain the same. Something that stacks with success. What do you mean, Paul? How does it stack with success? I think with the greatsword we kinda got lucky because it fitted the chances very well and the scaling. Here with the decreased range of values 1 to 4, I have another idea actually. Instead of triggering it with results, we can trigger it on a damage threshold. So if you do higher damage than a set value, the effect triggers. So it doesn't matter what dice you rolled, you only care about the result. Let's change this. So all dice values, the sum from all dice equals to is at least 15. That's okay, that's low. Let's go with 18. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So if it is 19, that's 10% chance. 10% chance to get 19 or higher. We can have then 17 is 30 and 19 is 10. Is that? Oh my god, it changes quite a lot, even by 1. Oh my god, from 10% it went down. Oh, that's 5. Okay. So we can have a small effect on 18, which is also 18%, and then the big effect on 20. So 18% chance for the small effect and 5% chance for the big effect. Yes, that would be only the dice rolls without modifiers. Of course, with modifiers you can pass those thresholds extremely easily. So 18 and 20, 18% and 5% chances for big and small and big effects. Now let's determine what the small and big effects will be. Piercing attack with that's like skewering through the creature like full length. What about restrain? But it would make sense if you keep the sword inside, that the creature would be restrained. But most likely you will pull out the sword and attack again, right? Standing in shock, so like getting stunned. Stun could be the big effect, the 5% chance. So the small one would be what would be the small one? Which one has a bonus action? The creature, the target, or the weapon? The double-edged scimitar, yes, will have a bonus action, but now we're making the Nodachi. The Nodachi doesn't have a bonus action. So if the big effect is stun, that's a heavy effect. So the small effect should be something like considerably weaker. What about the daze effect? The daze effect, that daze is a condition. I don't know if other people use it. For me, it feels like very common, also almost official. Daze is the condition that you lose either your bonus action or your action on your turn. You cannot do both, so you only do one of those. We can give it the daze condition until the end of your next turn, and on the big effect, the stun condition. Confused, but you're getting skewered by a Nodachi. I don't think you will be confused. I think you will be pretty hurt and stunned, maybe. Dazed and confused. I know it makes sense verbally, but I also see dazed and stunned like similar. Or we can make a new condition as well. It's not very complicated to make a new condition. You just put the name and make it official. A condition that it would be staggered. And stagger would, what would stagger do? Okay, stagger. Then the next attack against you has advantage or your next attack has disadvantage, whichever comes first. That sounds like a stagger, doesn't it? So if someone attacks it, the first attack will have advantage. If the creature attacks before someone else attacks it, then its first attack would have disadvantage. Feels like a stagger condition to me. So we're also making a new condition today here. Stagger, let's... Oh, what? I have unsaved changes. Where do I have unsaved changes? Oh, here I have unsaved changes. Have a good night, Gab. See you tomorrow. Okay, staggered condition done. So Nodachi will be, oops, why did I close the previous one? Nodachi on crit. We said 18, right? 18 or higher damage rolled. Staggered equals staggered 20 or high, actually 18 to 20. So these effects do not stack. 18 to 20, 18 to 19 actually. Stand. Oh, I forgot to swap the stream camera. There we go. Stand until the start. Okay. I think that makes sense now. Okay. And the double-edged scimitar, its properties are that with a bonus action like Polar Master, you can repeat an attack as you're pulling back weapon or with its back end. The damage is reduced to 1d4 plus your strength modifier. And it does not have reach. It is not finesse. It is heavy and versatile. I know this is a little bit contradicting, but it does give it more unique. I feel that this weapon would be heavy, like blades on both sides and balanced construction. Okay, let's put the description as well. When you take the attack action on your turn, Also, to make it a little bit more different than the polar master, since you are attacking the same creature that you just attacked by pulling back and slashing it again, you cannot attack a different target with this. So if your target dies on the attack, on the main attack, the bonus action cannot be used for a different target. Okay. Now this poses a question that I will ask after a short break. So be right back, break about 10 minutes, and we'll continue with all this weapon mayhem.
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa. And if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to see. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. 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 Whoa. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Oh, yeah, I've discussed it with myself, and I'm disgusted with the way we're told to have a certain face. I stood and wait because we aren't pixels on a screen. No, we're human, we breathe. Every single thing we see curated. It's overrated. These expectations, they keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm trying to live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa. And if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to think. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. 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 Oh.
And I'm back. What's going on in the chat? Terrifying to fight against. Could you use that? Curved blades are unpredictable. Short rest not allowed. Add some tension dice for this. Yes, I did add some tension die. Yeah, here you go. I'll add the tension die there. Happy? What effect do you want on the scimitar? I had a very cool idea for the blowgun during the break, but we'll get to the blowgun later. So double-edged scimitar. Now, what effect do we give it? Oh, the question that I had before the break is, how much now do we impose on spear territory? Because right now, the double-edged scimitar, it is a superior choice to spear. And we don't want it to be a superior choice, we want it to be an alternative choice. And sorry, I'm thinking spear with polar master. Like Tidus in the Friday game. So the spear with the polar master, let's say at 5 level, will attack twice for a d6 plus strength, and then a bonus action for a d4 plus strength. If you replace it with a double-edged scimitar, it attacks for more. And you don't even need the feat. So I think it is a little bit overwhelming spear territory there. What can we do to make it more balanced with But the spear doesn't have reach, does it? I don't remember. Does the spear have reach? I don't think it does. It does not. The spear does not have reach. The only extra that it has now compared to the double-edged scimitar is that it has the thrown property. Yeah, it has thrown and versatile. It does not have reach. I don't want to give it reach. My reason is that although yes, you in your mind you think of the spear as a long weapon that you can hit, but when you try to wield the spear, you don't really hold it from the end. You hold it from the middle and even more further towards the front because of balance. So it doesn't reach as far as you'd think by just by looking at the size of the weapon. So it's not like the pike or the glaive, which are like exceptionally long. So even if you hold them from the middle, it's still it's Tidus. It still reaches far. So I don't want to give reach to the spear. Also, I'm not sure if yeah, I don't think it will be also very balanced. But what we can do is to balance the spear and the double-edged scimitar is put a restriction on the double-edged scimitar. So spear is used with a shield mainly, right? You imagine like the typical ancient Spartan or Roman with their shield and spear. So we can have the restriction that the double-edged scimitar cannot be used with a shield. No, I don't imagine a hexblade. Hexblade is always the last thing that I will imagine. Hello, Jester2738. How would I start a bardice? What's a bardice or bardice? What is that? Is that a weapon? Really? It's a polar axe. Isn't that a glaive or a halberd? Is that different from a halberd? Polar axe. I think that's a halberd. I mean, judging by the picture that that I see on Google, Oh, okay, okay. I see it's a little bit different, yeah, but it's very, very similar to halberd. Yeah, I think the stats would be the same as a halberd. I don't think it would really have different stats. Like exactly same style, long wooden main shaft with a curved axe-like blade at the end. Like the halberd has a little bit going on the opposite side. I think that's for balance reasons, which this bardish doesn't have. Potentially the bardish might be able to skewer things because I think it's very pointy at the end versus the halberd, which I'm checking again. Maybe I remember things. No, actually the halberd has pointy thing at the end too. Yeah, so the bardish thing would have similar stats with the halberd, but we will be giving different abilities to halberd versus glaive to make them different. We just haven't reached that point yet. I forgot what I was about to say. Oh yes, so if we put a restriction on the double-edged scimitar that cannot be used with a shield, then it goes to dual wielders, yes. And why would you use it single-handed if you don't have a dual wielder feat? First of all, you don't need the dual wielder feat to be effective with dual wielding. Second, you could be a mage, you could be a spellcaster who cannot use a shield. Then you'll be thinking that will you have the proficiency? So there are the classes as they are now. Of course, they don't have these new weapons accounted for proficiencies and things. So that's a question. I don't know if the spellcaster would ever get proficiency with that. But potentially someone who couldn't use shield and can use this have a reason. Also, maybe you want to use it as a two-handed. Like it is versatile. Maybe you want to hold something else in you want a free hand for somatic components. I don't know. Like not everything one-handed should be going just with a shield. Other than that restriction, I don't see anything else that we can do to not have it as a better spear. Like if we put it without this restriction, the spear vanishes. Spear like disappears from the table unless we give it a superior effect, like an effect that is so strong that then it starts to imbalance other weapons. So I think that's the most sensible limit we can put. It's already it's a strong weapon, right? It's one-handed and it gives you a mini polar master effect. It gives you use of your bonus action, as you would say, Tidus, when your class might not have any. In form of extra attack as well, which has other potential bonuses like extra triggering effects, extra concentration checks, etc., etc. So I think it makes sense to have a restriction with no shield. Okay. With that now in mind, spear is again a valid choice for shield users. And we haven't decided what extra effect we will give to the double-edged scimitar. So the double-edged scimitar is rolling 2d4s and 1d6, 1d4 on the versatile. Since it has potentially different... did I swap the stream? No. Okay. Since it has different dice, maybe we should put a damage threshold like we did with the Nodachi here. But what effects? We want a small effect and a big effect on the crit to happen. 4 and 4, yes. One of the small effect, sorry. The one effect will be 4 and 4. Oh, yeah, it can be 4 and 4 on both. No, there is no racial restriction for the double-bladed scimitar. Everyone can use it. A bleed as a smaller effect. The bleed has been discussed for many weapons, but it will require a saving throw. And we don't want to put extra dice rolls and slow down now combat for mundane weapons. It is okay if a magic weapon has a saving throw to impose, but if ordinary weapons start to trigger saving throws, the combat slows down too much. A non-saving throw bleed, like how would that work? Yeah, it is a crit, but how would that go? Takes half damage again at the start of their turn. Extra proficiency damage. That sounds a little bit too strong. Sounds a little bit too strong because it's a weapon that already gives you a third attack on level 5, sorry. And the more attacks you have, the more chances for criticals you have as well. That will increase the damage this weapon can deal over a fight by a lot. Also, let me calculate a little bit the chances for the effects to trigger, just to have an idea. So on the D4s, let's swap to the calculator page. So on D4s, number of dice it will roll is 4, and the total, wait, if we put number of sides, at least 2. So out on a crit, you have 26% chance for at least 2 d4s to be a 4. That's a high chance. That's a high chance. What if we make it 3? That's 5. That's very low now. What if we make 3 have to be 3 or higher? That's 30% chance, even worse. Oh. Let's go with total damage value. The sum of all dice is at least... Oh my god, from 15 to 16, look at the difference. Oh wait, sorry, never mind. I saw wrong. Okay, 12, 25, 13. Okay, there we go. So on the critical, the one-handed double-edged scimitar will roll 4 d4s, if the damage is 13 or higher, the damage rolled, not with modifiers, not with extra modifiers, only the damage rolled, then an effect triggers. And so that would be the small effect, and we can put the big effect on 15. Low chance, very low chance. Allow the chance to do 3 times critical. That, well, not 3 times critical, but extra damage in the form of extra damage. So that could be the high effect. We have a low effect and a high effect. So the high effect could be extra damage. The low effect, what could be the low effect? The free disengage is already on the longsword or on the greatsword. I think we already gave the free disengage. +1 to AC. That, although that sounds okay, it doesn't make sense in terms of like role play. Like, why do you get harder to hit if you hit someone very strong? like okay, you hit that guy really well. Why does the archer on the other side find you harder to hit now? You are twirling a double-bladed weapon like a helicopter. I see that, but you made a crit attack, like you're not opposing right now. Deflect more blows. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Wait. I think I'm onto something. Give me a moment. No, I lost it. Okay. You have 2 ends to deflect attacks. No, that's so fake, so movie-like. Also, that's not a very low effect if you're deflecting attacks. That's like a major effect. Uses a reaction to add an AC bonus equal to proficiency. That's becoming a little bit complicated now. Like a party, if they attack next turn, like a parry. Oh, parry. That's similar with we gave the battle axe penalty to attack rolls, so that's the same thing as penalty to attack rolls, right? Give advantage to the next ally attacking the same enemy. That what was also given in the stagger effect. That's the stagger effect that we gave to the Nodachi. No, I'm thinking something lower, okay? Because with this weapon you will be attacking 3 times by level 5. It is a 20% chance, sorry, 15, was it 15? Let's check, how much was it? 13, sorry, 13% chance, so what about getting something back instead of dishing out? Like what? Getting HP back? That doesn't make sense. You root the target in place, they can't move. We already gave that to Longsword. I'll put the effects here. I know they're not written very comprehensively, but you can read what effects we have given to the other weapons so far. Stop giving stuff to other weapons. Okay, since we were gonna give it extra damage on the big buff, on the high, on the high effect, I'm thinking maybe we can use like allow the attacker to move a bit, like 10 feet, 15 feet maybe. Again, it doesn't make too much sense. Okay, let me brainstorm a bit. I'm trying to imagine the double-edged scimitar attacking someone very effectively. What's the first thing that comes to mind? I kind of agree there, Jester. I see what you're saying, and I kind of agree. I don't want to give it too much. The bleed is the first thing that comes to mind, but I'm skipping it because like we ignored the bleed. It's gonna be the extra damage on the high effect. So the bleed will take place. I'm thinking of the second now image that comes to mind. The small one, 1d4 extra, the big one, 2d4 extra. No, that's too much. That's too much. This weapon is attacking 3 times. Don't forget that this one will attack 3 times. And yes, I don't want to involve too many mechanics, so I'm trying to think something simple. Maybe we're missing something simple, okay? Let me think. Some simple mechanic that we're giving. Don't give it anything, it already has something. Next. Actually, that could be it. Tidus, I think, is right. We can just tweak the chances to make it between the high and the low and give it only one effect. So where's my calculator? So So 6% chance or 13% chance. One moment. Okay, 6% chance. Yes, it is a free half feet from PAM. That's why we disable the shield usage with it, so it doesn't become a better version of spear with palm. And also it cannot attack a different target. We try to make it as nerfed palm as possible. So the effect, it will have only one effect. Double edged scimitar. On crit, 14 damage or higher equals extra damage equal to your proficiency modifier or strength. Strength, I think strength modifier. Bonus damage equal strength mod. I think that's okay. To dex, no, we made it a strength-based weapon, not a dex-based weapon. Or what? If we make it a dual attribute weapon, I don't think anyone will use it. Okay, I'm thinking some numbers now. So if we use it as versatile, the versatile will be extra damage, 2 attacks, then bonus attack for less damage. And if the total damage is 14 or higher, you add extra damage equal to strength modifier. Okay, that's simple, and it can be automated inside Foundry. So inside Foundry, if you put extra critical hit damage here, proficiency bonus, it will everything will be calculated inside. So that's good. The player will not have to think about anything. If it happens here. Okay. Okay, double-edged scimitar. Let's give it just an icon to easily find it compared to the others. Coordinate items, blade. Do you have any scimitar-looking blade here? No sword. Okay, let's give it that. Looks like a scimitar a bit. It is versatile, Jester. It is versatile. It can be 1 or 2-handed used. On one hand it deals 2d4 plus mod. On 2 hands it deals 1d6 plus 1d4. So max damage 8 with 1 hand, max damage 10 with 2 hands. The bonus action attack happens regardless, and it's 1d4. That does not scale with how many hands you're using. Oh, I see. No, finesse is the dexterity weapons, versatile is 1 or 2 hands. Okay, double-edged scimitar. I will find a better icon. I don't like this too much, but for now it's a good one. Nodachi we finished, right? We gave the Nodachi. Okay, let's give this one an icon too. All of them look almost the same. Nodachi. Nothing looks much like a Nodachi. Okay, fuck it, I'll give it something random. Get this one. Okay. SAP, what's up? I might be forgetting this acronym. Maul we fixed, longsword we fixed, greatsword we fixed, spear not yet, scorpion sword will go now, a blackjack. I have no idea what you're talking about now. So next we have the glaive, pike, and halberd, which three weapons that do almost exactly the same again. A small blunt weapon used to knock someone out. I don't think I'm even aware. Let me Google that. Oh, I see. I don't think this will be very useful in D&D, since you have the ability to knock targets unconscious when you declare non-lethal damage with your melee weapons. A weapon like this becomes redundant. You can do whatever it does just with your normal melee weapons. Also, first question, first suggestion when I typed on Google blackjack, is blackjack illegal? First thing that pops out. Amazing. I mean, for RP use, yes, we can include it in the game. But if we have to use it in combat, we'll have to figure out mechanical properties and stuff like that. So for RP purpose, yes, it can exist. So people can use it, and you won't need attack rolls, you won't need damage rolls. It can be used without the mechanical stuff. Today we're more about the mechanical differences between those weapons, because flavor-wise and RP-wise, these three weapons that you see here might feel different, but other than the flavor differences, they're pretty much the same. And the music stop. Let's put some music again. So they all have the heavy property, they all have the reach property, they all have the two-handed property. Their differences come in price, weight, and that's it. Dagger and Chris. I feel like the Chris is more damaging than a dagger. If I could make more detailed changes and make it more complicated, I would make the Chris harder, a little bit harder to hit, but more damaging than the dagger. But otherwise, they're similar. They're definitely similar, since they're both bladed weapons, similar size, similar weight, similar style of attacking. I think only a little bit the damage, because the Chris is jagged, if I remember right, so it can cause more harm. Other than that, I don't know. I feel they would be very similar. So back on those three. Okay, halberd, glaive, and pike. Pike is the heaviest one. That's why no one picks it. 18 pounds. While the other two are 6, and they're 20 gold, while pike is 5. So there is only difference in when your weight matters and when you might not have 20 gold. Otherwise, these weapons are like exactly the same. I think all of them do slashing, if I remember right. Oh wait, the pike does piercing? According to the image, that looks very wrong, but the image might be wrong. Yeah, I think the pike is pointy, right? Yes, the pike should be pointy, so it should not look like this. The foundry weapon images are a bit wrong. 10 to 15, but it does have some kind of blade at the edge, doesn't it? Or not? Let's see. Let's ask Google. Okay, pike weapon. So oh, that one has so that's a poleaxe, that's a halberd, owl pike, boar spear, pike. Okay, so the pike has nothing. That's like super long stick. Volds, I have never seen or heard this thing before. I don't even know how to read that. Fauchard, I have no clue. And it looks weird. Like, why is it curved on the other side? Like, if you are slashing, you're slashing from the other side, right? But there is a thing on the other side that's stabbing. I have no idea why this weapon exists. Then we have this bill. This weapon is called Bill, and Bill. I think Bill is confused. I don't know what's going on with Bill here. And then we have the glaive, which also looks weird, and the guisarme, which looks equally weird. So many variations here. Okay, so the pike is the longest one, and if we treat this image very accurate, the pike should have even more reach than the others. The guisarme was used by the Germans. What's the benefit of using this guisarme over, let's say, a halberd? Like, the halberd can stab and it can chop. What does this thing do? Like, as I see it, it looks like it's so easy to get stuck somewhere. Like, you thrust, you swing. If you don't hit where you want it to hit, it feels like it's gonna be so easy for it to get stuck somewhere. Anything after the volts doesn't make too much sense for me. Like, it feels like they're putting random shapes at the end of a boar spear. The poleaxe, the halberd, again, poleaxe and halberd, they look almost the same. Poleaxe, halberd, all pike, boar spear, and pike, they do make sense to me. Like, I see them and I can imagine them being used. I can imagine how I would try to fight with them, etc., etc. And the volts as well. After the volts, on the last four, I even have hard time imagining how I would fight with those things. I guess depending on the culture and the country, they're like, okay, guys, we need to invent a new weapon that's only for our people and we don't use other countries' weapons. So let's make something new and unique, and these things came out. Okay, now back to the topic. Pike then. Pike is a very long, very long stick. So can we give it extra range? Since it is longer than the other sticks, it is the super long stick. Can we give it extra range? Or what will that imbalance make combat quite a lot? 15-foot reach. That's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot. I'm thinking it makes sense. It does make sense. But disadvantage with attack at 5. That also makes sense, Jester. And then we will be going into lance territory. But let me think. So the lance has this property. You have disadvantage when you use a lance to attack a target within 5 feet of you. The lance has reach 10 and deals 1d12. So if this one has reach 15 and it deals less damage, then it is a different weapon than the pike and than the lance, sorry, and we're not overstepping into lance territory. Now the question is, if pike is a very long spear, does it deal different damage than the spear? And why? Why does it deal considerably more damage? Pike users that use the shield usually had their shield attached to their shoulder, allowing them to use, something like that, and shield attached there. That's a cool idea, but that's a little bit too complex for D&D, and I wouldn't attempt attached shields inside the game. That would break so many balanced rules and mechanics. So we will treat the pikemen of D&D as a little bit more primitive, and they wouldn't have thought of this attaching shield on shoulder trick. So the pike will be a two-handed weapon. Yes, that remains true. We can increase the reach. We can increase the reach to 15 feet to accommodate for the uniqueness of the long reach. Oh, I cannot edit details because I didn't import it. Okay. Pike. Let's give it a different, not misleading two-weapon and heavy. You mean two-handed and heavy? Yes. Yes, two-handed and heavy. Actually, heavy. Is it that heavy? I don't know. How heavy these pikes are? Google, tell me, how heavy is a pike? Okay. When I Google how heavy is a pike, I see some fish. The pike was a long weapon varying considerably in size, from 3 to 7.5 meters, 10 to 25 feet long. It was approximately 6 to 13 pounds in weight. 6 to 13 pounds. Here they have it 18. Whoever is making those D&D weapons and choosing the stats, I feel they're very inaccurate now. They have like wrong icons, wrong weights. So it is lighter than they think here. 6 to 13, let's take the average, let's make it 10. Sorry. So 10 pounds weight, 15 feet range. And the damage needs to be less now. So it is still at 200. Is it heavy? I don't think it's heavy anymore. 10 pounds. Is that considered a heavy weapon? No. Well, if the 6 pound is considered a heavy weapon, I suppose the 10 pounds is a heavy weapon too. Not versatile, not thrown, not... No, the rest are not applicable. Now the damage. The damage needs to be reduced, of course. It needs to be similar with a spear, since it's a long spear, right? And the strength behind it does not change. Like, the strength comes from your arm, not from the length of the weapon. If it was a heavy weapon and you were banking someone with it, the mass and the weight of the weapon can alter the damage. Okay. That's a good idea there, Justin. So it could deal double the damage on something that is coming towards you. So if you have the pole arm, sorry, is it pole arm? Yes, I think it's pole arm. So if you have the pole arm feat, and you can do opportunity attacks when people enter your reach, this is like a charge movement, like they're running towards you. So in that situation, it could deal more damage. It is also the charge, also the charge skill, yes, as you said, but I think it's way more likely for the scenario of opportunity attacks with Polar Master to trigger. So the damage would be same as the spear, 1d6. And then double the damage, versatile damage, 2d6. 1d8. But if the spear is doing 1d6, why would this do 1d8? That's why I'm troubled with the 1d8. If we change the spear, then we will trigger so many other balance changes. Can we give it another minor boost that will compensate for the less 2 damage? We already gave it 5 feet extra range though, right? This 5 feet potentially is a lot, meaning that against anyone who is using halberd or glaives, you can still hit them outside of their range and they have reach. The reach bump is a permanent effect here, so we will still give it a minor and a major buff when it crits. Due to lag, I'd still give it a disadvantage 5 feet. Oh, yes, actually, you're right on that. So D8 plus mod. Okay. Okay, let's make it a d8. And I don't know how I would justify it if anyone asks me why does this do 1d8. If it is a spear, if it is a long spear and the spear does 1d6, I would not know what to tell them. So the damage would be 2d8 on the when someone is coming towards them. Okay, let me put all these conditions in its description. Charge effect as a reaction. No, we cannot give it that. That would be too strong. In the way you can use it, setting against the charge event. So the way you will be able to use this, if you don't have the Polar Master feat, you would be readying your action. So when you take your action to ready an action on your turn on D&D, you set up a trigger and you take this action as your reaction when the trigger is specified. So if you specify the trigger when someone comes closer to me or when they enter my range, I attack them, that would trigger this defensive anti-charge double damage. So it would be usable as a ready action reaction against someone who is coming closer. Okay. So you have, let's copy it from that. You have disadvantage. Why does it appear so small? Okay, you have disadvantage. What other properties did we give it? Okay. Okay, did we give it anything else? So now the special effects on the critical hits. It deals 1d8 and then on the crit it will become 2d8. What effect can we give them? Maybe it can stop the movement of someone for a turn. Well, no, we gave that to the longsword. Fuck. Now we have too many weapons and we're running out of effects. What else can we give it? Yeah, I was imagining that the boar spear as well. What other effects that we have not used before that is simple without triggering more rolls and that is fitting to this weapon? Uh, my mind keeps going again on bleeding. That is true. That is true with Polar Master. But wait a second. Okay, great weapon fighter. I can understand. The Polar Master. How would it work with this weapon? Like, if I remember right, the Polar Master, it is like a fighting style where you hit with the one end and then you make a back attack with the weapon. Can you really swing this thing to hit again with a Polar Master? Isn't that like massive and very hard to hit? Oh, you mean the attack of opportunity proc? Yeah, but I'm now thinking about the bonus attack with the pike. How would someone like hit with the back of this thing? That looks massive to swing around and hit with. Super hard. Oh, it doesn't? Really? I don't remember that. Let me check. Polar Master. You gain the following effects when you attack with a glaive, halberd, quarterstaff, spear. Okay, you're right. It does not have pike. Okay, I thought it was all three. I see, okay. I'm surprised they made this distinction in the Polar Master when apparently they think that pike looks like this and that it was weighing 18 pounds. I'm surprised that they have made the distinction to not include it in the Polar Master. Okay, then it does make sense. It's good. Okay. So we don't give it anything at all on a crit. Oh, maybe we can give it something minor, something minor, like after you're readying there your attack and you're skewering with the momentum that you have built up. A trip is not something minor. Trip is knocking someone prone is a big thing, especially if you knock them prone from 15 feet range. So I was thinking that if you're have this momentum build up and you're ready to skewer, to put all your force and weight forward and resist the incoming charge, and since it is a critical hit, means you did it perfectly, all your strength went into this and you landed it perfectly, then the momentum allows you to move forward. Like you can take, I don't know, 1 step, maybe 2 steps, 5 feet or 10 feet movement towards the target, and reduce the target's speed by 5 feet. Attacks at disadvantage for a turn is a big thing, and we already gave something similar but weaker to another weapon before. We gave it to the was it a great sword No, it was the axe. Sorry, the axe. Pushback 5, yes, and you move 5 together with the target. So that's fitting, I think. Where is my document? I lost it. Pike, glaive. New weapon effects. What? No. So many windows. What's going on here? There we go. Okay. Momentous movement. Yes, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Since you're building up all this strength with the crit and you unleash it forward and you realize that the target is easier to pierce than you thought, you let this momentum move you 5 feet forward together with the target. So pike. Pike changes. First, now let's document this as well. Pike changes. 15 reach. 1d8 disadvantage at 5 feet. Double damage vs in quotes charge. Pike then on crit. Threshold, let's bring a calculator. So we have to take into account here that the effect would make the 2d8s 4d8s, and that's going to be a lot of damage. So the threshold initially should be low. Let's change d8s. At least one is okay, so at least one dice is 8. 1d8 in 2 hands, 1d12 on crit. No, I don't think that's not a very brutal weapon. Like, I think that the force that you hit with this weapon compared to the others is very, very similar. Like, you either pierce through or you don't. It's like there is no big difference on the crit. So the crit will double your dice. So on a normal attack, the 1d8 becomes 2d8, so maximum 16. But on the charge, on the anti-charge attack, the 2d8 becomes 4d8. That's like the massive damage from the pike when someone runs through and goes completely through your pike. Like you have pierced them and they're like in the middle of the pike now. So on the crit, if you roll at least 1/8 on the 2d8s, you take the extra effect activates. So the pushback that we described earlier. Okay, so on 2d8 at least 1/8. Then again, the number of times an enemy uses charge is small, but allows the ability to... Yes, exactly. So how did we phrase this before? Okay, d8s, there we go. So if at least one is an 8, so it allows you to move a bit, reposition a bit toward the target. The target is getting pushed back. And yeah, we already gave it the superior reach, as you mentioned before, and changes, and this double damage anti-charge property. And now it feels very unique compared to the previous stats that the pike had. I think now it will see way more play. Okay. I see that it's already 3 a.m. here, and stream's end time. We didn't have time to go through all the weapons. We didn't have time, sadly. We will continue next time with the rest of the weapons, the new scorpion sword. We have still not touched halberd and glaive. We will differentiate the halberd and glaive, which are they're identical, aren't they? Yes, they're identical. Like 1d10 slashing, same weight, same price, same reach. So we will make 2 different weapons out of them next time, with different reasons of using each, and then we will have to differentiate between the smaller weapons and give them some extra cool properties like mace, sword. Well, mace and sword are very different, but there are some other weapons that are very similar. Let me check again which ones were those. Weapons 5e. Oh yes, and I had a very cool idea about the blowgun, which is like a terrible weapon right now. No one like uses the blowgun in D&D. And had a good idea that will make it usable without increasing the damage for that weapon that is not very damaging anyway. But quarterstaff and staff, like they feel exactly the same, so I want to make changes between those two. I want to improve great club a bit. I want to make javelin and spear different. Right now they're essentially the same. I think the only difference is spear is versatile. What else? There was a dagger, doesn't have a competitor. I want to rework the sickle and make a scythe. And I think that was it. And mace, no, mace just want to give it some extra effects on crit. Yeah, differentiate the quarterstaff, differentiate javelin with spears, improve great club, and maybe club too, because no one uses the club as it is now. 1d4 bludgeoning damage. Sword bow. The ranged weapons, I think they already have distinctive properties. Yeah, but why would the staff be a focus and the quarterstaff not be a focus? Like, is the length a requirement for something to work as a focus? So I would put them both to be used as a focus and give them different properties as well in like mechanical fighting properties. The druid spell, I assume you mean Sileila. Yes, Sileila. I don't know how to pronounce that. They weren't using a club anyway. They were using quarterstaff. I have not seen any druid using clubs. Everyone goes with a quarterstaff. Because it can be one-handed, since it's versatile. So why use club when you can use quarterstaff? It's both of them are a piece of wood that you can hit people with, right? They're not mechanically so different. Okay, one is longer, one is like maybe a little bit better crafted, but essentially they're a piece of wood that you bonk people with. But yeah, for some reason the club does a d4, Sileila does a d6, sorry, quarterstaff does a d6. So yeah, I think I will be making also the club a d6 again, and giving it some properties differentiating from the quarterstaff. So yes, I see a lot of changes yet to be made. So next stream I can expect also, oh yes, I wanted to change Morningstar. I wanted to differentiate Morningstar, that is also very similar to like Longsword in terms of damage. So give it a little bit more distinctive properties. Scimitar with Sword differences as well. Not only the slashing and piercing, I want to give them different properties. Trident is very roleplay weapon right now, not good stats at all. Like there's very little reason to use any trident. A whip, maybe the whip is a little bit sensitive area. Like it has reach, it is finesse. I don't want to overdo things with whip. It's easy to go into overpowered territory. Scimitar does give you a finesse option, but also Sword gives you a finesse option. So Sword and Scimitar, the only difference is slashing and piercing. Scimitar is doing slashing, Sword is doing piercing. Everything else like is the same. They're both finesse, they're both light, they're both 1d6. They're like copies. What else? The blowgun, as I said. Bows and crossbows, I think they have good differences right now. I don't think they need to be changed. That's about it. I think these are all the changes that I have in mind, all the weapons that I have in mind to change in order to make them feel different. And maybe include what did I want to include? I forgot. The tri-dagger is like a mini trident, isn't it? Like dagger, trident dagger style. No, what's a tri-dagger? I'll have to Google it. Oh, I see. That looks very assassin professional blade. Yeah, that's a cool idea. I can include a tri-dagger as well. It's gonna be a little bit hard to balance it with the normal dagger though. we can't really make it like the obvious choice against the dagger. So it's going to be a little bit difficult to balance it. It looks like vastly superior by the looks of it. But we don't want to make it vastly superior. That's the problem. So we'll have to give it some properties while still maintaining the balance with a dagger. Either 1d2 with bleed or make it more professional, like martial weapon and dexterity and intelligence. Let's say maybe you need to know where to pierce and how to use it. So I don't know, a requirement 16 intelligence, 16 dexterity to use it, and then we can make it stronger like than the dagger. So essentially it's a different, very different weapon that would do more damage but have requirements to be used. We'll have to think about it on the next stream. So thank you everyone for tuning in and listening to all the rambling and brainstorming and balancing. That stream went really fast. I didn't even notice how 4 hours passed with all this weapon stuff and calculation and probability. And next week we will continue with more. And maybe, oh yes, the spell casting changes as well with the no spell slot casting method. That's an experimental new method. And maybe also a feat for spellcasters that would allow them to overcharge a spell, increasing the chances to crit, but having chance to backfire. That was another cool idea that will make spellcasters a bit more flexible, risky. I don't know how to call them. Anyway, have a good night, afternoon, evening, morning, wherever you are, and I'll see you next week.